Hey, brothers. Let's get the fuck out of here. Good morning, RO. Woof, chop, woof,
Slice.
woof.
So,
Good luck on your surgery today, brother. Praying for you. Hey there, Forge. I see a question mark there, Forge, but I can't read your text while I'm driving. Hop on this panel.
Hello, hello.
Hey, how's it going, Constantine? Good
We
afternoon.
still alive. Yeah, it's good morning, like I see. I can catch you. You have strange schedule. That's always. Or I want to go to sleep when you start and driving or something else. Oh, hello.
I'm not very consistent, am I?
Yep. Mm, it's part of life. It depends on situation. In my
Yeah.
situation, I can just sit on plane and go to United States and visit you.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully that's going to change here in a bit.
Yeah, we will be all for that. You have much nicer weather that we are
Oh yeah,
after.
I'm almost down by the Gulf of America.
Okay. I don't want to talk about this. That nonsense.
Yeah, but
Uh,
I'm very far south. Is what I'm saying.
yeah. And we have good weather at the start of the month, and now we have about 0 in Celsius.
Yeah. Well, I'm probably at about, oh, I'd say, uh, 7 degrees.
7?
Yeah, it's not hot down here today.
We already have 17, 18
Oh, I've
in
had
those
that.
days.
We've had that too, but we had a cold front come through.
It's unexpected. I expect that on another continent we have a little bit different because we have the same situation. Cold
Yeah,
wind
we're
and
both in the northern hemisphere.
yes, but I still expect that we're a small planet. Not so small.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
What's up, Forge?
Hey, Brandon, how you doing?
Pretty good. I saw you had a question.
Oh, it was a simple one. It was just where are you heading this morning?
Laverne, Tennessee. It's a
Where?
suburb of Nashville over by the Tennessee International Speedway.
Okay. I was wondering if you were going to head up through Ohio way. That's you were. Go
I
ahead.
go all over, and when I get there, I'll tell you. But I really don't know from job to job where I'm going.
Yeah. You were up 75 not that long ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I was actually working in the salt mines when you were doing that. Otherwise, I'd have probably tried to see where you were going to stop. But anyways.
Oh, yeah. I was at 75 a little bit, but mostly they had me in Indiana.
Yeah.
I did a stop where I went through Ohio, but I didn't.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, when I'm on the highway now, I'm always looking. I'm like, I wonder if that's Brandon.
Yeah, well, could be. Could be. This is my buddy Constantine. He's a friend of mine. We used to play D&D together, work together over in Kiev.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's good to meet you, too. Brandon, do you remember way back in the day when D&D first came out about
Yes.
the controversy at Wright State University?
No, I don't remember about that. I remember that there was a lot of controversy. They said it was devil worship.
Yeah, well, Wright State has a bunch of underground tunnels between all their buildings.
Yeah.
And they played D&D and they played it down in the tunnels. Somehow, I don't know.
Cool.
I'm not a D&D guy, so I don't know the specifics other than I want to say there was a mysterious death or something associated with it, and it was kind of the satanic panic kind of coverage of the whole thing. But I just wondered if you were familiar with that story, because that's about all the details I can recall. That was back in early
vaguely
80s.
remember it. I vaguely remember it, but I didn't really. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to do some research on it and do a video on it or something on one of my channels. Actually, that might not be a bad thing to try to do.
I
Put
had
it
a
on the
friend.
list.
I had a friend who had an old farmhouse with a sandstone basement, and we used to play down there.
Oh yeah.
It looked like a dungeon. The old. I don't know if you know much about Kansas, but we don't have any granite or limestone or anything like that. All we've got is sandstone, right? So
Yeah.
it's easy to work. And back in the pioneer days, they would make a lot of stuff out of sandstone. because they didn't have any trees,
Right.
you know, and some pretty cool stuff got made. And this his basement never was too hot, never was too cold.
Perfect environment for little Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I always wanted to get him one of those like wrought iron candelabras you hang from the ceiling,
Yeah.
you know, or maybe some torches for the wall, but they never did that.
Yeah, that would be pretty awesome. The the wrought iron stuff actually. I mean, there's a reason why my channel's called Homefront Forge. I haven't generated any blacksmithing content yet, but maybe that's something I need to do. Is come up with something like that.
Yeah.
If you're good with it, why not?
Well, so far all I've got is a little gas forge and a rivet forge, and one of my big builds this year, I want to try to get my permanent brick forge built, so that it actually might be halfway interesting to watch the process.
It will be nice till you show it in safe way, because I saw so many videos when people try to explain something in not secure way without safety measure, and they just annoyed me. If you make it safer, it will be nice.
Oh yeah.
Because I see so many people that hurt themselves because of stupidity or because they not think well about
Yeah,
what they do.
the association where I learned most of what I know, the big thing that they had, the big problem they had was, you stare into that fire. They would spend $300 and $400 on these glasses that were had this green. I can't remember the name of the lens, but they had these green lenses because they were all getting cataracts from staring into the fire. And
Yep.
that seems to be the worst, the worst of the things that happen.
Not worse, but again, I work a lot with industry and can tell a lot of funny story when people just being stupid.
Oh yeah,
I'm
You ever,
grateful
go
that
ahead.
it's mostly stay alive, but sometimes you just can't imagine level of stupidity of people with security measures, safety.
Well,
yeah, yeah.
you remember that
I
show?
don't disagree.
You remember that show Forged in Fire?
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Well, they had I think it was season 7. They had a guy go back to it. They have where you work in their little forge, and then you go back to your home forge and you make some big project.
yeah.
So this guy started his apartment building on fire because he had something wrong with his forge.
Oh wow, that makes for great television.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, down in south of me, Troy, Ohio, one of the guys that I had met there, he hadn't been blacksmithing very long, but he got into bladesmithing. I want to say his name was Sean Music, and he tried out for that show, and I guess they ended up not taking him on the show. But you want to talk about an artist? That dude was really good, but he never quite made it on the show.
Yeah. I've had one weekend where I went out to Portland. I have a friend out there who does blacksmithing, and his family has a blacksmithing school.
Oh
So
yeah,
I took a weekend course on blacksmithing.
nice.
It's a lot of fun.
So they had you doing rat tails and duck tails and
Yep.
drawing and upsetting and all of the basics.
And I made a ring with some twisted steel, and I got started on a railroad spike knife, but didn't finish it.
Yeah, that's it's interesting because I've the local club in Troy, they're the largest local club in the world. It's their conference they have every year is like bigger than the national conference that goes every 2 years. So there's a lot of talent there. It's really deeply stacked with some real experienced smiths, and they do all sorts of forging, and as far as all that goes, the one thing that they emphasize in like their classes and their training is every very accomplished blacksmith artist uses those basic things that you learned that weekend. They use those basic techniques for everything. It's just how they apply those techniques. It's really it's really cool because it's like learning layups. You don't practice a 360 slam dunk. You practice layups. It's that kind of thing, and then you improvise from there.
Right.
And so you have the essential equipment to do anything you want to do. It's just a matter of practice and learning, getting a little bit more insight into the metal and how it moves and all the rest of that. But yeah, maybe when I get my permanent forge up and running and you're running through Ohio, you stop and you get heat it and beat it. Do a Brandon
Yeah,
Trueblood
definitely.
do a Brandon Trueblood live stream at the forge.
Yeah, that'd be all right. I've done that kind of stuff before, so it'll be great. This time I'll make sure to bring my belt. Last time I usually wear overalls, but
Yeah.
I got it there, and the first day that I was forging, I was in my laundry bay jeans, and I freaking didn't have my belt. I forgot my belt at the last place I did laundry, which is my parents' house, and I crack.
Oh,
My pants kept falling down, so everybody got to see my ass crack.
it was a
That was
plumber's convention.
not my best video ever. Yeah, not my best video ever.
About Pueblo Convention, it was. Okay. Mm.
So what I understand is over in Europe, there's a lot of schools that through I know the education system's a little bit different than in America, but through like secondary education, in some countries, I guess they have a year where you do blacksmithing. Is this accurate?
Maybe in some school. In my school, it was metalworking, but not as smithers. You can work with electricity. You must work with tooling stuff, with assembly machinery, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Depended. 1 years usually it's for boys. It's usually woodworking.
Yeah.
Second year of this class is tooling, drilling, some no drill machine, something. If your school rich enough, it's turning machines. Now I know that it's mostly abandoned because of lack of financing, but again, it just what officially must be done. And third year, usually you work with electricity and tools like switches, that part, that stuff. You can repair
Mm-hmm.
switch, light bulbs, lamps, just simple electrical devices.
Mm-hmm.
At least in my country, and I know that it's 2, 3 post-Soviet country. At least in that part that was Soviet Union previously. Moldova,
Yeah.
Russia, Baltic states, Ukraine.
Hmm.
But Trojan, we not can do that. At least what I saw.
Well,
Maybe
when I was young, we had basically the same thing. I
Oh, broke
took
up.
drafting my fourth year.
Yeah, we had
Oh, sorry.
yeah, we had
mm,
wood shop, metal shop, I think automotive in our
mm,
school that were available. But the way that our school's structure was set up, if you had good grades, they steered you into college prep and really steered you away from, the mechanical arts. And they tended to steer the quote unquote druggies, what we
mm.
called hoods, into the trade classes. And I missed out on all of that. And I've spent my entire life since high school working with my hands. So I probably would have had a leg up had I actually been in those classes and learned wood shop, metal shop, and automotive.
For us, it's not so big deal because it's in how to say it in middle school. It's studying before that grade when you prepare for university. In the last 2 years of school, yes, we lack of that classes, but we have in my lyceum where I study, it was just a little bit more advanced school. We study not manual skill, we study drafting, making draft for card and so on and so forth, and programming skill. They repress on the end years. We must finalize that woodworking, metal workshop, and electricity workshop till 9 grades, and 10, 11 grades was mostly about drafting and programming. But programming was even earlier. But again,
Yeah.
we just not have it. At least at my school. I don't know about other. I know that at most school it just goes from 6 to 9 grade. 1 year of woodworking, 1 year of mm, mech working, 1 year of electricity.
Mhm.
But again, it probably depends on territory, how well funded schools that they have can afford that stuff. Because in my school, they can afford put it all machinery working, and we just have limited access to all that stuff. We use manual to chopping wood, uh, use files, screwdrivers, all that simple stuff. That cheaper,
Mhm.
and they can repair that. But they exist. At least I saw them, and I understand how to enter it. And later, when I was in industry, I work a little bit. But my experience probably combined for 15 years of engineering will be can be put in 3 4 weeks boot camp. That's why I'm not really good with CNC machine, tuner machine, and all that stuff. I
Yeah.
mostly drafting how to make that stuff and understand how it's work and explain people how to do with work with more precise stuff like programming CNC, measure stuff and precise stuff. But again, it more specialized stuff. For most people, it's not necessary. You need to be in industry in production to work with it to understand all that nonsense.
Well, it still sounds like just that background that your school builds into the students. It makes me, Brandon. We our school systems suck in comparison. But
Yeah,
Mm,
I would say in some ways yes. It, that's true. But back when you and I went to school, Forge, it was just about the same as what Constantine is describing. You know, because we went right when they were the last of the old style schools were there. Because I had mechanics, I had woodworking, I had metal shop, and I took drafting. If I hadn't had that manual drafting class, I never would have been able to figure out how to do math.
I can say something good for your education system because of war and quarantine and all that stuff that's going around approximately 6 years probably. We lose that education system that we have probably forever. I know that we not have enough teacher. We can't finance in our education system. A lot of children flee the country. That's why our education system probably now even worse than yours. And I not see when we can at least even start to try restore it. Now our education system probably a little bit worse than yours. But we have some small issue like names war.
Yeah. Well, Ukraine is so fertile, so centrally located. It's gonna come back. Is it gonna be the same? Probably not. All the charming things have been blown up.
How to explain? In Belgium, it's pretty fertile territory too, and it too between France and Germany. That's it's always war. They still have a huge chunk of land just so polluted with explosion, chemicals, ammunition, and all that shit that left from First World War. They still prohibit uh, agriculture there. They can't be built farm on their territories. It's still there. It's more than 100 years.
Yeah. They're still pulling iron out of the ground from the First World War. They call it the Iron Harvest.
Yeah, iron, lead, yeah, all that material. We'll see how it's going.
Yeah.
But today, agriculture probably good.
My question is, with everything that's going going on over there, and how does the I don't want to call it the unaffected portion of the country, but how does the rest of the country, does the economy still function, or exactly what how is that? I mean, are people still farming and all the rest of that?
Yeah, we still try to produce something. We still to try to farm something. I'm still working. A lot of programists working. A lot of stuff working. School working. But again, imagine that you lose half of your no, not half, 20% of your productive farmland. One of your biggest city, one of the fifth biggest city, is under constant bombardment. Second largest city under bombardment, but not so often. Your capital have 2, 3 rocket strikes per day. Yes, it's still working. We still have electricity. We still provide services. We still try to, but again, uh, we downsize our economy probably twice. It's
Mm.
probably 50% of what we have before war, mostly because of electricity, because of a lot of people working not on productive sector but on war.
Yeah.
Equipment for war, fighting, and all that stuff, and product logistic for all that necessity. Probably yes, we probably lose half of economy because of all that combined reason. Maybe
Hmm.
more. I can't share you more because it's hard to calculate now. It is what it is.
Yeah. Brandon, when did you live there?
Yeah, I got there in 2014, and I left right before the Russians invaded.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that you were there that long. Huh. Or, I mean, that recently.
Yep.
Was that, were you gonna, was that gonna be like your forever home, or were you gonna put down roots there, and that's where you were gonna stay?
You know, I hadn't really gotten that far with it, but I'd been there for a while. I married a Ukrainian lady, then I divorced the Ukrainian lady, and I stayed because I had a pretty decent job and had some good friends, and the food was good. But I was an illegal immigrant there at the end.
Oh, yeah. Overstayed your
Yeah.
visa?
Yeah, it got kind
What
of
kind?
difficult to get my visa renewed after I got divorced, and I
Ah.
just kind of stayed.
So when you're in that situation where your visa is expired and everything, because I'm not a world traveler by any stretch, how does that work? Like if you want to, come back to the States, is that an easy thing to do, or is that problematic then?
Oh, as long as you can pay the fine. See, that's the thing about a lot of places. If you can buy your way out of it, they don't care.
Ah,
I got to the airport ready to leave, and they're like, "Your visa's expired." And I said, "I know."
And you can
They're
go
like,
home freely, even not paying for ticket.
"Well, yeah, but that would have been a little bit more uncomfortable."
Yeah.
But it cost me 5,000 grima. That was my fine.
Probably $200 on that period. Something around.
Yeah, because it was 25 grima to the dollar at that time, right around there, 25, 27. It sort of fluctuated in that range. So, you know, they're like, okay, thanks for the money. See you later. Make sure
Yeah.
you don't do this again.
Yeah.
Nod, wink, wink.
Yeah. It's like in many countries, they part of budget it's fines. That means you expect that people break some rules that you can put their money in budget. Yep. And how you can another explain that you put fine income to government like expected profit for government. Mm,
so what was the nature of the work that you did when you were in Ukraine, Brandon? Was it related to engineering?
No, my when I was first got there, I had a commodities business where I would take agricultural products from Ukraine and sell them in Sierra Leone. And then that business went bankrupt because of things. And then I started teaching English.
Ah,
And I had taught English before when I first got divorced. I went over to Vietnam for a year.
uh-huh.
And so it's a career, or not a career, it's a job anybody who is a native English speaker can do. in any country. You don't even have to be certified for the most part. If you just teach the basic stuff as a conversational English instructor, which means people pay you to talk to them.
Sounds like YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. And after I'd done it for a while, I got better at it and got certified. In the end, I was teaching contract English at a IT corporation, and also monitoring their English-facing website. They had their own website, plus they maintain websites for other people, and I would just basically proofreading their stuff, and they made surprisingly few mistakes.
Well, English does seem to be fairly ubiquitous anymore.
Half of world speak on it mm, because of the base system. That's why it's logical at some point that people just understand it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the long language of commerce, that's for sure.
It's before that it was French, after that German. If not guy with small mustaches, probably it can still be German, but that guy changed the world forever, and we switched to English.
And a lot of it was during World War II. People had to communicate between the different countries' military units, and they needed a common language to do or to use. And the majority of the people on the Allies side spoke English.
Yep, because of British Empire and Americans.
Yep.
And French obviously a little bit loose at the beginning. That's why, yep.
And not only
Because
lose, but half of them fucking went over to the freaking German side, the Vichy French.
yeah, it's not half, but third part probably do that stuff.
Yeah.
And you left with English and Russian. And in such way you split practically all documentation for next 50 years till Soviet Union collapsed, that half world speak English, half world speak Russian.
One thing that I found kind of cool was because the U.S. gave Russia so many trucks during World War II,
Yep.
the Russians still call, like, not the big trucks like I drive, but like what you and I'd call a deuce and a half Forge. They call those Studebakers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. Actually, a little side note. It's related but unrelated. The guy who founded our blacksmith association and helped found the National Blacksmith Association in America was his name was Emmert Studebaker, and he was related to them. The Studebakers that they were carriage makers, I guess, that made the transition into automobiles when they came along. And he had a company called Pico Process Equipment, and that company, as far as I know, still exists. But he was trying to preserve, the kind of the old world knowledge with founding the Blacksmith Association, and was very instrumental in the resurgence of blacksmithing in America. But he was a Studebaker.
Cool.
I few weeks ago find a nice book. That they name it the book, and why it's funny for me, it's interesting, and I probably at some point buy it because its full name, the book, The Ultimate Guide to Rebuild Civilization. That stuff explain most basic technology from distilling, blacksmithing, all that necessary stuff, water distillation, and all how to grow plants, how to make basic tools, and all that stuff. It's huge, interesting book, and it can be interesting.
Yeah,
It's
it's
probably
well, go ahead.
I understand that it sounds like some preparing because we expect the nuclear war and not good war to stay alive. That's why we just want to buy it just because of curiosity. But some preparers may be happy with it.
I'm familiar with the title. I don't own that book. I like to joke that I've got a library, an entire library full of books that I haven't read. Um, I am familiar with the title, but I haven't bought that one yet. Are you, Constantine, are you familiar with the company out of Italy, Savinini?
No.
No. They they build these multi-million dollar machines. I think their most expensive machine may be like $38 million or something. But they're like laser cutting, metal bending, very automated type of equipment.
Mm,
Just as they're I guess in their field they're like the Cadillac of their, as a phrase we use, the Cadillac of their industry, um, and basically untouchable in that realm of business. But uh, you know, with me, I always try to head back towards keeping it simpler. You know, like what I call robust redundancy. I like to, yeah, I've got machines and things like that, but I want simpler machines that are more robust, that in case the complex things break down. But Savinini has gone completely the other direction with that, and they're as complex as you can get.
unfortunately, reality of today world, um, because of China and all that technologies that can be easy copied. Nowadays, complexity is your protection. If you make something simple to create, at some point it will be copied, and because of labor and other reason, it can be easy duplicate, and you can be out of business. That's why, unfortunately, it's hard to make robust and good stuff because you spend a lot of on design and not get a lot of back because it can be copied on people with that not spend that money and then
Right.
just can make it. Unfortunately, till we not solve that trouble or not make just all uh, stuff much cheaper, like with maybe when we equalize workforce that it's not manual work not worth so much that as option you have free electricity, no, just really cheap, and you have robots that equal everywhere. They cost practically approximately the same amount of money as they can assemble whatever you wish. And then design maybe will be main your advantage. But till then, do we have such situation when price disparity and wage disparity is so huge that advanced engineers in Ukraine get minimum wage of United States, probably not for federal, but for states, something around.
Yeah.
It's what get most people here, and it's good payment. Until that exists, you can't make. You can make simple stuff, but again, that will be designed and third world party, like in Vietnam, China, Ukraine, or something like that, where workforce is much cheaper. In case of China, they're not so cheap nowadays, but they still use their currency to push their production better. They have much more government support that most of the country can appreciate. United States have another advantage. You have practically free money because you print your own currency, and for your corporation, why it's so hard to go on your market? Because you can be beaten in court. You can't access so cheap money. If American corporation want to build new plant to beat somebody, they get practically free money and not spend anything below. They put like collateral, the same manufacturing facilities that they get debt on it. For most 90% of the world is just impossible. You need to find out
I'll,
on your own
I'll be
some amount
back
of money.
in just a bit.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna be back in just a bit. I need to go get some breakfast. So I'll be
sure.
back in probably 10 minutes.
So you're Constantine. You're in. You said you're in manufacturing and industry. Is that what you
Yep.
said?
Yeah.
So you've got insight. I mean, I come out of a construction background for the most part. So my understanding of the macroeconomics of all of that is I'd say limited. But what you were saying about complexity is the answer as far as competition goes. It makes a lot of sense. I hadn't really thought about it that way because when I see complexity, I just see more things that can break. And but but understanding that from the larger scale, it absolutely makes sense what you're saying.
You have another stuff that we have issue with monopoly. They need somehow make profit. That's why they don't need compete with each other, and they can make stuff that long that people forget where they buy as option. People, you can't remember if your mobile phone die in 2 or 3 years. For you, it's not a big deal. Still working Nokia that was produced in beginning of 2000s, 2002, 2003. But nobody cares that nowadays iPhones live 3, 5 years. That's all. We're not talking about it. And because you now have practically Chinese manufacturer, Samsung and Apple, you have just three company. They just split the market and can't do what they want. It's another issue because they not have competition. They can do what they want, and that's all.
Hmm. So did you meet Brandon via online, or did with the D&D, or did you know him personally?
I know
Like
him
he's a neighbor.
personally. He work with our companies. We're working like English teacher, but it's not was his main work. He was at that period technical writer. He write
Mm.
instruction because we design some stuff and it's need to write. Somebody need to write manuals, explain to the people how to use that stuff, and it was his work, like understanding of engineering and understanding in English.
That's actually a course that I started in when I was at Wright State University, was business writing and technical writing, and I ended up dropping out of it because it was very dry. business. It was very dry, not very interesting at all. So my hats off to Brandon for being able to do that, and it's not much fun.
Oh, it's special type of people. I understand and really appreciate because I never like such type of work, and I can really appreciate that people can do that. Boring task, it's hard to maintain for a lot of people, especially its combination because a lot of not really smart people can do boring task, and it's much harder to find people that can boring task where they need much more skill, more brilliant in some topics, and for them boring tasks it's look like waste of time. It's much harder to find people that can do boring stuff in high skill stuff that need education, certification, special experience, and so on and so far.
Hey,
It's part of life, unfortunately. But again, soon we all be replaced by robot. It's all be fine. And what are you doing for living? Do you hear me, or you don't want to answer that question? It's too personal. Mm. Mm.
right, Sammy. You're eating good, brother. Right. Right. Nice. Sharp. Cut your tongue off.
Thanks, Brandon.
Yeah.
Constantine was talking about phones, and my phone overheated and shut down.
It happens. Mm. Thank you for good discussion. I probably need to leave on that point.
Oh,
Catch you later,
okay.
Brandon.
Bye bye.
It's nice
Bye.
talking to you, Constantine.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
You know, you look at this place, you would never think, why in the world would I stop there? But one day, um, I had nowhere else to park, and I stopped here, and it's one of the best restaurants on the side of the road I've ever had. You know,
Awesome.
25 years, owned by the same family.
Yeah.
They have barbecue in the evenings and breakfast. And as you can see, it's pop. You know, there's probably 75 trucks parked here,
Wow.
and it's just this little hole in the wall, nothing. And all the locals are coming in there. There's a table set aside for the farmers. You know,
Yeah.
and the big chains
Yeah.
are
Back.
driving places like this out of business. That's a damn shame.
Yeah. Yeah. That's. I was just gonna say that my way back in the day, Dad. Anytime we traveled, Dad would always look for the hole in the wall type diners and restaurants, and he says you always look for old people and a full parking lot, and you knew the food was good and it was cheap, and
Yeah.
just what you said, all the chains just drove all those little mom and pop places out. So, Brandon, are you like a polyglot? Do you pick up languages easily?
No, I have to really work at it.
Yeah, because I tried German and I tried Spanish and I got good grades, but I can't speak a word.
What I am is a glutton for punishment.
Yeah, yeah,
I travel someplace. I do it on a shoestring,
yeah,
and you either learn how to speak or you go hungry.
yeah, yeah. That's a good way to do it.
You know, all you really need to get by anywhere is knowing how to say please and thank you, and to count.
Yeah,
Um, then I always try to learn how to order, how to ask where the bathroom is too.
yeah. Oh, Steve Martin, ¿Dónde está?
Las baños, por favor.
Yeah, So, way back in the day, when I was working for other people, yeah, I had third shift work and stuff like that, and I used to listen to the Truckin' Bozo on WLW,
Uh-huh.
and I remember when he was going on, like when they instituted, I want to call it the 14-hour rule or something like that,
Oh God,
and when
yeah.
and he was just ranting and railing against that, and you know, about all the truckers driving off the side of the road and stuff like that because they were falling asleep at the wheel and this and that, and he was just having a heyday with that. What are your time limit restrictions, as you know, when you're hauling?
Well, from the moment I start my first official action, like from and it should be your pre-trip inspection. That starts my 14-hour clock. And it doesn't matter what else I do during the day, I cannot exceed 14 hours from that time. I
Mm-hmm.
am limited to 11 hours of actual driving.
Oh wow.
So let's say I go and drive 200 miles, stop, drop my load, wait for him to get unloaded, drive another 50 miles to pick up another load, stop, get loaded, and then because it took so long to get loaded and unloaded, I'm only able to drive another 75 miles because my 14-hour
Mm-hmm.
clock would run out. On the other hand, if I'm in the middle of a long trip, I could go and drive for 11 hours and I wouldn't even touch my 14-hour clock. That makes sense?
Yeah, yeah. So I heard you mention on a stream like the other day something about your half an hour, your 30 minutes something.
Yeah.
Was so what's the deal with that? Is that just like a company policy, or is that still regulation type thing?
No. Um, the pardon me, I'm choking down some breakfast. The Department of Transportation requires you to take a 30-minute break during the day. Your electronic logbook will let you have the first 8 hours. And sometime during that 8 hours, you've got to take a 30-minute break to get the rest of your time.
Hmm. So the with the electronic logbooks and stuff like that, um, forgive me, I just don't know, so that's why I'm asking. But with when you're rolling, if you roll past your 14 hours or whatever, do trucks literally like throttle down and the governor takes over and basically you got to get off the side of the road, period? Or is it a whole
No.
different thing?
Um,
So it's not,
it records a violation on your electronic log, which stays in the log for a week.
mm-hmm.
And if you get pulled over and it's an extra ticket they can give you, it also
Oh, I
reports
see.
that to your logs and records at your company.
Mm-hmm.
And they are required by law to give you a write-up for that.
Oh, I see. And then after they'll have a policy after so many times you get written up, then you're exited from the company.
Well, depends. If you're kind of a fuck up, they'll do that to you.
Mm, okay.
If you are out there chasing the dollar, they won't mess with you. Because when you're making money, they're making money.
Right. Right.
So they kind of like those to have those kind of people around. If you don't
Yeah.
don't complain a lot or anything, don't have a lot of demands, don't have a bunch of special shit. So basically, do your job and don't cause trouble.
Right.
Novel
Right.
concept, I know, right?
That
Um,
that was my goal as a subcontractor, was to be a low maintenance subcontractor, and now in my old age I'm just a grumpy old man. But so do you, I mean, are you on like a mile basis or an hourly basis, or with your company that you work for, or how does that, are you like 1099 or are you W2?
um, I'm mileage based,
Mm, okay.
and I am definitely a W-2. I'm an employee. I'm not going to assume the liability and responsibility for this vehicle or any of the accidents it can cause. It's a
I can
dirty
understand that.
business. This is a fucking dirty, dirty business.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's part of the reason why I'm an owner operator, basically owner installer now, as opposed to having a 25 or 30 man crew like I did back in the day. There's
Yeah.
just so much liability involved.
You know, you go down the highway and you will, in every city, you'll see signs. Truck accident, lawyer, call. We recovered over $1 billion. You know,
Yeah.
they're hunting. The fucking lawyers out there hunting for guys like me.
Yeah.
But it's honest living. If you live frugally, you
Yeah.
can save a lot of money. Like when I lost my business in Ukraine, I basically, without touching my retirement, I had $13,000 in the bank when I came
Mhm.
back. And at 54 years old, that's kind of a scary prospect, you know. Fucking.
Yeah.
So I went to the web and I found some free land. Luckily, I come from a state where they're still giving out free land,
Really?
and I got 2 acres of land for
Mhm.
nothing. All I had to do was put some improvements on it, which
Mhm.
bare minimum for a house. I made a shed dominium.
Yeah.
And I liked it so much out there. There was 2 other free land plots on either side of me. Each plot was 2 acres. I bought them, and they sold them to me.
Wow.
So now I'm not going to have any neighbors, right on top of me,
Right.
and a really reasonable price. And I'm out saving money to build my dream workshop and a little bit better accommodations than a shed dominium.
Yeah, I heard you talk about that workshop before. Gonna have a lot of are you gonna have like CNC in there? Are you gonna have, like just lathes and machining equipment? Or
The
all of it?
only CNC I'm planning on getting is a 5-axis router.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, Everything else, like the lathe and the mill, I'm going to be using old school stuff I already know how to use.
Right, right. Yeah, there's a lot of woodworkers that are getting into CNC stuff, and I don't know. For me, I mean that's fine. You know, if you've got to crank out stuff, that's fine. But for me, you know, it's more therapy than it is a business. So,
Yeah.
like you said, old school stuff that you know how to use. So, is this part of your official 30-minute break?
Nah, but it has turned into one.
There you go.
I just didn't feel like driving and eating. Plus,
Yeah.
Sam, my dog, he needed fed, and I needed coffee.
What kind of dog is Sam?
Brown.
Brown dog.
He's half Chihuahua, half I have no idea.
Well, when he barked earlier the other day, I was thinking he sounded like the Yorkie that I inherited from my dad when he passed. But that may just be small dog syndrome or something.
Yeah. He's a good guy. Best alarm system money can buy.
Well, he's the right type of alarm.
Yeah. He's always on the job.
It works for treats. Can't beat that.
He actually is more praise based. He does like a good meal though, just like me. I spoil him. I just buy him a ham. Yeah, a ham steak for breakfast. You know, a side of
Nice.
ham. So now he's wanting my sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich, and I'm not going to share it with him because that's mine.
Looking at you expectantly, right?
Oh yeah.
In his dog brain, he's thinking maybe it'll work this time.
No, I'm sure he's thinking, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it. If it hits the floor, it's mine.
Well, we got a lot of sunshine up here today after being gray yesterday, so probably gonna suit up and go out and drag limbs out of the yard from all that wind.
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna hop off of here. But anyways,
You have a great day and be safe out there.
yeah, and exactly the same back to you. And you'll have to drop a little bit of that sandwich there for Sam. The last bite. All right, we'll talk to you later.
All right, bye. get the hell out of here. bitch, motherfuckers. Hey, Rafter. What's up, babe?
You going north by northwest?
No, we're like northeast.
You going up to the northeast?
Nah, I'm going to fucking Nashville, but it's northeast of where I was.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
It's a direction, not a region. So,
Whoa. Don't get sassy with me.
how are you today, sir? Other than snarky.
Snark. Well, I was expecting about a 15-hour day today, and it looks like it'll just be a normal day, so that's good.
Yeah. I'm about an hour out of Tuscaloosa.
Alabama, huh?
Yeah. And drive by and wave at Outlaw and John.
CRO is in the chat. He must be getting ready to go under the blade.
Yep. He hasn't gone under yet, I don't believe. I don't know what time they're cutting him.
He's fasting, so I won't mention that I'm eating this bacon breakfast burrito.
Yeah, I know. I ate in front of him too.
Just because you can't eat doesn't mean I can't. Here we go. Here we go. So what are you hauling to Tennessee?
I am hauling motor oil. Valvoline.
Oh, man. Black gold.
Oh, man. Texas tea.
Uh-huh. Well, today is Pygmy Hippo Day, so everybody say hi to Pig Elite. That's nice that they have their own day. There's a picture on this computer screen. The best of France, explored from above. It's like, yeah, because you wouldn't want to be in the streets because you'd probably get knifed or ran over.
I'm back. Sorry about that. You were saying something about pygmy hippos?
Today is Pygmy Hippo Day. I thought about Miss Elite.
Ah, no. She's like a fucking giant hippo. Although she might lose some weight. She hadn't had SCE to chew on for a while. I finally broke down yesterday and asked for some help. Because I'm not having any luck. So Hammerhand and I are both looking now.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was talking about checking out the records in the previous state he lived in.
I did, and I found nothing.
Nothing, huh?
Yeah.
Huh.
He was so fucking private. I had to really fucking rack my head on who I could trust with his fucking personal information.
Yeah.
Thing with it. But if he is alive,
He is?
you know, if,
Oh.
and if he is, and he comes back, he's like, Brandon, motherfucker, you gave out my fucking phone number to these sons of bitches.
Well.
You know? I didn't think he'd mind if I gave it to Hammer. Because I'm pretty sure Hammer already has it.
I think so, probably. Because I talked to he's said that he was talking to Hammerhand. Well, I think he probably called him. I would imagine.
Yeah.
He was his moderator wrench. He probably knew how to get a hold of him.
Yeah. But who knows? Maybe they had a private Discord set up or something like that. I don't know. I don't know how SC and Hammer communicated.
Well, I sure hope he's okay, but
I do too, but I don't know.
nobody's
Longer
heard
time
from
goes
him.
by. It'll be going on a month come the 10th.
Yeah. Maybe Miss Elite found him and she's holding him as a sex slave.
Possibly. Bro, she made him into sausage and he's in her gumbo now.
Wow.
I know they hated him. I have no idea why.
Oh, there's a lot of people in this world that hate each other. Some for decent reasons, some for stupid reasons.
Yeah. I'm surprised you're not having a fucking ribeye. There's a lot of carbs in that burrito.
Yeah. I didn't go to the store and get a ribeye yesterday. And now I got to go work on a locomotive.
Choo choo.
Anytime is train time.
Yeah. That's your job, though.
I took all my equipment off of one yesterday because I knew that they would screw it up and that motor would disappear with my equipment on it. So I took all the equipment off and now I got to go reinstall it and hope it works.
Well, it's it's not dark out anymore. I'm sure that makes life easier. Those pygmy hippos are cute, though. You're absolutely right. That's another reason I know it couldn't be Miss Elite.
Well, this picture here, it's pretty cute, but it's still a hippo.
Yeah.
I think they're the foulest smelling creature on the face of the earth.
Oh God, yeah. And when they walk, they fucking take pleasure in flinging shit everywhere.
Yeah, I got to smell that from at the Denver Zoo one time, walking around there hungover on a hot morning. Oh, fuck, it was hot and humid. Walking around the zoo, I'm hungover and went through the hippo enclosure, and that fucker was doing the old helicopter shit flying and stink. Oh, God. I almost didn't make it out of there without puking. It was close. I was gagging. I was doing the old dry heave.
Yeah.
But these fucking hippos are nasty.
And apparently they're pretty mean-spirited, too.
Well, they kill more people in Africa than any other animal.
That, any other mammal, for sure. The most death by a long, long margin is the fucking mosquito.
Well, yeah.
Hey, here's a bit of trivia for you.
Uh-huh.
What species of bird is the most common?
Is the most what?
Common. There's more of them than any other bird ever
Oh, boy.
in the history of fucking birds.
I have no idea.
You know? Some people would say pigeon, but they'd be wrong. Some people would say starlings, but they'd be wrong. Some people would say seagulls, but they'd be wrong. Because there are actually more chickens than any other bird out there.
Yeah. People don't think of chickens as birds, though.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
There are, and this is the crazy part, there are 6 chickens for every human alive.
Wow.
That's a lot of fucking chickens.
Yeah, considering that, egg prices are still through the roof, that's kind of crazy.
Consider that's fucking artificial. That's really fucking crazy.
Yeah, I saw at the store yesterday. They're down, or a couple days ago, they're down to $5.99 a dozen now for the jumbos. They were at over $9. I was like, nah, I don't think so. I think I still have like 40 in the fridge, so. Got 2 18-packs, and I just opened up another 18-pack this morning, so about 16. So I got about 52 eggs in the fridge.
Yeah, I just ate 2 eggs this morning for breakfast too. 2 eggs, sausage, and toast.
Ugh. Well, I could lay down and take a nap, but that's probably not a good idea.
Probably not.
Being at work and all.
Probably have fucking hidden They probably have hidden cameras that are watching you.
They probably would frown on that.
You know, so you might as well just do what you normally do and jack off at the corner.
How dare you? I think we've had a couple of employees that have gotten fired for doing that in their company vehicles. I heard that when they put the cameras in the trucks, they actually fired a couple of guys for doing that. Driving down the road on camera.
Employees,
yeah. You're breaking up.
Cutting out. I can't hear you.
You're cutting out. Your phone service is like Iraq, bombed out and depleted.
Yeah. Alabama. Yeah. No phone in Alabama. Because the signal is poo.
Well, I think that has to adjust for twang in the voice, so that has to slow down.
That's got to be it. Hey, Grinch, good morning. And hello, Ian.
RO's being snide at Hemi. He told him he won a bag of dicks for guessing chickens.
Well, if RO has a spare bag to give away, you know, good for him. You know,
I figured as soon as he gets them, he eats them.
Well, you know, maybe he got a fucking economy pack from Sam's Club or something.
Well, I gotta go.
You have fun.
I will. There's this old geezer that lives near where I'm going to be working on these locomotives. And the old boy got dementia pretty bad, so he's out wandering around the frickin' railroad tracks. I'm like trying to keep an eye out for him so he doesn't wander out on the main line and get smoked by a train. I don't want to have part of that. Have to deal with that.
Yeah, you'd be on the cleanup crew.
Yeah, I'd have to be a witness, and I really don't want to have to deal with this family that will come out. Well, it's the train's fault for hitting him. Uh-huh. They can't steer. They can't swerve to miss him. Oh. All right, we'll talk to you later.
Bye. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
You made it through the night, did you, in that rest area?
Yeah.
You know, the rest areas are the bathhouses of the 90s.
Oh, really?
Did you never see something about Mary?
I have heard about it, and I've seen a couple of rest areas where they had fucking cut holes to stick the cocks through.
So it's true.
Yeah. Glory holes.
No glory can be found in them.
No.
So where are you at?
Say that again. You cut out.
Where are you at?
I'm in Tuscaloosa,
That's Alabama, isn't it?
Yeah.
Alabama. Yeah, okay.
It's a great name.
Be an outlaw's neck of the woods.
Nearly so. Nearly so. We're maybe an hour from Birmingham.
You got a nice sunny day.
Oh, it's beautiful. Not too hot either.
-7 degrees here today.
It sucks.
Fucking right
54.
it does.
Yeah. 54 degrees here. I guess that's about 12.
Oh, that's perfect.
Isn't it? I'm going to go up the road here and get north of Birmingham. Hopefully get into Tennessee and find a Love's. Do my 30 up there, call in to see if they'll take me early. nobody was answering the phone last night when I stopped. So I'll call them again during business hours. Because I could be there by 2 o'clock. If they'll take me early, that'll be great.
Yeah, then you can get another job.
Yep. But if they won't take me early, they won't take me early.
When's the
Gonna do
date delivering? Thursday?
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay.
a big ass fucking transformer right there. Yep. Hello, Tom. 38 miles to Birmingham. Actua! Spit on that thing! Just gonna have to wait, Sam. I ain't doing nothing while we're in the city. Hey, wave it, outlaw. Wave it, John.
Chihuahua. Oh, hey, you're back. Got no audio from you though. No sound, Boomer. Still no audio.
Can you hear me, Hemi?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. That would explain why you weren't replying when I was talking to you.
I was saying, I have no audio. And I thought it was my end, so I left and came back, and there was still no sound.
Well, I kind of figured that's what's happened, so I rebooted myself too.
Problem solved.
Well, the reason the audio went out is Drubius called, and I will be passing within an hour of his house.
You
So
stopping for
I'll be
lunch?
stopping for lunch. Yeah.
Nice.
Although he's got to call me back and tell me where. And if we ever heard from the guy anymore, we're going to be driving past Shathis' house. It's like this is the MGTOW corridor.
Well, when you got a big cock, you're in high
Yep,
demand.
it's true. Very true.
You've met with Drubius before, haven't you?
Yep, one time. Rubius is a good guy. Last time I met with Rubius, we had Jamaican. It was super high price and average quality.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Like fuck
Join the
whitey.
good stuff, man.
I've had good Jamaican food before, but this was not good Jamaican food.
Well, that's too bad. Get the rice and peas. Haven't seen RO for a bit in the chat. I guess he's gone under.
Yep. Say a prayer for him.
Godspeed, brother. Let's pray they don't touch him too much while he's asleep.
Oh, that's what he's paying extra for.
Oh. We'll stick a post-it to his dick under his gown. Says, "You pervert, I knew you'd look." Let's see what this man's packing here. Dirty fuckers.
My brother had the same thing done. It's pretty fucking. It's not the most pleasant thing to have. So
I wouldn't think so.
no.
They're gonna put his head on a swivel.
Actually, the opposite. Gonna fuse his vertebrae together.
Oh, he's
If
gonna come out looking at that like that no neck Ed guy.
fuck, get in front of me and slow down, you son of a bitch. God, I wish I had a fucking steel grill on this thing sometimes. I would fucking run people over.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I stripped apart some electric baseboard heaters because
Yeah.
they were almond color, and I needed
Uh
them to be white. White. So now I have
huh.
to
White.
white. Now I have to rebuild them all. If you're wondering what I was doing.
Ah, I was. I just didn't know I was wondering until now.
Huh?
I guess. Rubius is not going to call. This is the turnoff up here to get to Huntsville. So I think I'm going to stop at the next truck stop and give Rubius a call. Say, hey, man, what's up?
What's going on? We had a date.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Ruby is called, and we figured out where to go at Alabama speed. So, uh, going to a little town right up here on the Tennessee-Alabama border. Gonna stop at the Vulcan gas station, and he says he knows a place near there. And I just looking at the map, I see I'm really close to Chathus. So I'm going to try and get a hold of Chathus as well. Although I don't know what Chathus is doing these days. He doesn't come around much. So here's Elkmont, where I'm supposed to pull off. I'm going to shut her down when I find this Vulcan gas station. Good part about all these trees is they're beautiful. Bad part about all these trees is you can't really tell what's up ahead of you. There's a truck stop in Delhi right there. I see it. I know where to go. We got Mama D's restaurant here. Home cooking. I don't think this is a gas station. I don't think this is a fucking truck stop anymore. I think that's a truck stop that went out of business. Now, this is still open. All right. Sammy here has been asking for water, so I shall give him water.
Senor, agua, por favor.
Agua, por favor. Oh, gracias. It was a desert in here. I almost blew away. Pushing buttons. Button pushing, button. All right. And of course, they are sending me. I don't give a fuck if Holly is out this morning. I don't really care. All right. No fucking useful communications from work. And Sam drank too quickly and puked. Lovely. Kind of making a mess there, Sammy. clean that shit up right now. I guess the new truck needs a little bit of dog vomit just to break it in. All right. You're okay, Sam. You're not in trouble. Well, Mr. Hemi, no marriage, no cohabitation, no new children. That'll keep you from usury and indentured servitude. You got anything to add to that?
Don't bring your fucking girlfriends around here.
That's right. Don't bring your fucking girlfriends around here, huh?
Will you go again after lunch?
It's possible. It just depends on how long it takes for Drew to get here.
Okay.
So, and whether or not Shathis can make it or a few other factors. But anyways, I've got a place to be. People are coming to see me, or at least one person anyways. And the golden age of MGTOW is in the future. I look to a future where men are free from oppression, just like Archangel used to say, liberate the why. Men have been being used, abused, neglected, and ignored for far too long, and it's time for us to, well, not take that shit. You can't fight it, so you just fucking withdraw. Let them fucking have nothing. Give them nothing, as the great I'm drawing a fucking blank. The guy with the great voice who's also a truck driver. Who's the
Lion.
Yeah, Lion of MGTOW. Shit. Fucking, I'm having old man fucking brain farts. All right, we got a guy named Random Epic. Hello, welcome to the show. Hey, Rusty. Hey, Outlaw. I just passed you by. You must have felt your ears burning. I'm just north of Athens on my way to Nashville. So, help brother out if you have a chance. Be good to each other. And I'll catch you on the road again tomorrow. Bye-bye.